Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Ark Never Shaves.
How's it going? How's it going? I shave sometimes. Just not today or yesterday or the day before or the day before that. I don't know what you're talking about. Live forever and ever. Why would I need to? Why would I need to do something silly like save the game? That I definitely don't have any problems with me dicking around for an hour and not saving and then losing twice at 61% dungeon completion. I don't know what you're talking about. Never happened. Never happened. Could never happen. Could not be me. So when last we left off, we were about to enter the Temple of Sansa for the first time. For the first time. And definitely clearing it on that first attempt. That is what's happening here. And anything else that's happening? I don't know. You have no inventory space at all. You have damn near no inventory space. We need to do inventory management this stream. It has to happen. We can't.
I bet it's going
We can't keep doing it like this. Okay, that's a fixator. We need to get away from it. On our first attempt, we're going to get in here. Okay, I need to go AFK to do something quick that I put off and I need to do now. So I'll be right back, actually. I'm so sorry. You know what? I'll go to starting soon because we basically haven't started yet. We're reset. We're going to do first try on Temple of Sansa. It's going to be fine. Okay, just 1 second. And by 1 second, I mean maybe like 3 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. That incredibly inappropriate of me to start stream and then immediately end stream. Except we didn't. We just started stream. We're about to enter Temple of Sansa for the first time. Okay? That's what's happening. Apparently we're rolling for flute first. Random number generator. Okay, it gave me a 5. It even rolls? Wait, no. That was probably not on D5, was it? Or did it remember my previous... I mean, it gave me a 5. No. It was on a max of 10, so... Max 5. Boom. We got a 2. So, 2 it is, and 2 it shall be. So... Is the thing outside audible? They are gassing up the neighborhood. That's literally what they're doing. They're spraying pesticide throughout the neighborhood to deal with the dengue cases, apparently. It's so quiet. Ah, I've turned down the volume on my headset. Perfect. Though I will say that the thing outside sounds a lot like a like a laptop fan. Since it's, a fan. It's a motor. Let's see here. So people are saying we should do the inventory boss first, but that wasn't a redeemed highlight message, so I don't have to do it. We can just jump in here. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Okay, I just stopped. What am I doing? What am I doing? Alright. So, we're gonna shoot down this hallway. We're gonna shoot... I know how to shoot, okay? Look, don't... There we go. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, the issue is that we're not going to be able to get into the green like the entire time we're in here, but... Let's see. I think you can see the screen. I think it's fine. People are so greedy these days, like... You run a live stream and they expect to actually be able to see the gameplay. It's like, come on. You don't want to just look at me and my unshaved glory. So do we just do it this way? I think we just do it this way. Call it a day. No, that would be fun, but what would be fun actually would be to do a stream where I'm doing it blind, but you all can see what's happening. I think that might be fun. It's not that hard to set up either. All I have to do is... Actually, I don't know if that would work. If I just turned off one of my monitors, the computer would probably recognize that the monitor's off and not send information to that monitor anymore. Just cover it with a sheet. Okay. Oh, that's like actually lava. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah. Great. Imagine doing what chat says. It's certainly an idea. It's certainly an idea. I don't know what I would do it for. Like, I don't know what game I would play that I could realistically do that for. Though it might be fun to do it for a game that I can't realistically do it for as well. I'm so glad that we're going to get this dungeon on the first try, too. It's a good thing we have a vampire, so we don't have to worry about any damaged tiles or anything like that. I'm so happy we invested in having a vampire in the party, so we have levitate. Oh my god, doing Might and Magic on turn-based mode? No. Absolutely not. It would be kind of funny to try it on turn-based mode at some point, because I haven't played on turn-based since I was like a little kid. So I have like no idea. I think it's appropriate because we as a community are going to get through this on the first try. You probably picked it up from me, because I always say we. I always say we. Because we're in this together. We're in this together. Personally, I like using the Royal We. I think it's fun. I think the Royal We is fun to use. As long as a monarch isn't using it, I have no problem with the Royal We. So, I don't know... What the fuck just... It's because I clicked on the floor, isn't it? Is that what happened? I clicked on the floor? Look, I don't like to think of us as a team. I like to think of us as a family. I like to think of this streaming environment as a family. Like the worst middle manager. Oh shit, I forgot you existed. Again. It's gonna be fine. It's just a boss with thorns, which probably doesn't matter a ton. Shit. Wow, you really making my life harder than it needs to be, huh? That's pretty dangerous. That's pretty dangerous. Of course, the question is whether it's a family business of the type where you're told, I like to think of us all as family, or it's the type of family business where it's, you know, a person and their two kids. I do think that generally speaking, it's like it's such a mixed bag working for like Boom. the immediate reaction to law firm. Look, I know too many lawyers, okay? That isn't a disparagement against lawyers, it's a disparagement against law firms and how shitty they are to work for. It's really rough working for a law firm. I mean, at least it is as a lawyer. I don't know about the other. Actually, some of the people weren't lawyers, so yeah. It's pretty rough. Unless it's fine, in which case congrats, because like the number of horror stories I've heard is significant. Significant number of horror stories. Not a lot of chill. I am playing very badly. It should probably... Please stop just shooting randomly and only shoot when enemies are involved. Like a stamp run? Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. I got there eventually. And to be clear, I have nothing but respect for lawyers, and that's not entirely true. I also have deep sympathies for lawyers because they have to work with lawyers all day. I actually do not have anything against lawyers. Legitimately, the ownership model that legal offices run off of seems to be really, really, really bad. The partnership model is like a really bad model that tends to lead to really bad things. Like, there's a lot of, like, really sexist outcomes that derive from the partnership model, as well as a bunch of other things, right? Like, there's a lot of problems with the way that partnership works, right? But the legal profession is a profession that is actually, like, really important and, like, useful and good, and like, one of the things that's like an important element of legal work is that pro bono work is a regular and understood and like generally required component of being a lawyer, which is not true of like any other profession. So lawyers are in many ways a uniquely pro-social profession, right? Like, they are uniquely like engaged members of their community, which is great. The only issue there's multiple issues, but like for me the biggest like structural issue with lawyers is actually the systemic abuse of the lawyers that are built into the economic models that are tied into the way the businesses are run. But yeah, and that's a uniquely like pro-social thing that legitimately like very few like types of people like not types of people, but very few professions have like a professional culture that normalizes that, because and many actually have professional codes that explicitly disallow that, especially when unions get involved. Like, you know, as a union worker, doing pro bono work is not necessarily. Oh boy. Okay. Mistakes were made. Okay. We're about to enter Temple of Sansa for the first time. For the first time. No problem.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I know a surprising number of lawyers, and legitimately, like, it's not an easy profession to be in. Not from, like, a perspective of, like, oh, the job is mechanically difficult, but from the perspective of, like, the work culture and, you know, the sort of, like, kind of like landed gentry mechanics of like the partnerships system that leads to like a lot of like really weird stuff structurally. Yeah. Learn how I know it. No problem. I enjoy giving commentary about random political stuff. That being said, I didn't really say that much. There's so much to it that, like, I probably came off as very, like, antagonistic to the opposition and fairly sympathetic to the PAP. The reason for that is that any complaints I have about the PAP are very complicated, and there's quite a few of them. Like, there's a lot of problems with I mean, it's all relative, right? But, like, there's certainly issues. But it's easy to complain about the opposition. It's fairly difficult to explain, like, oh, well, here's my complaint about this thing. Like, oh, they handled COVID perfectly until they sucked at it. They handled COVID perfectly until they did it about as well as Britain did, which is to say, bottom tier. So, like, and explaining that takes some time, you know, explaining that kind of stuff takes time. We did end up solving the Deja problem. So, what we ended up doing was we invised into that middle room, and then cleared the middle room with the elevator up, and then once we cleared that middle room, we used the middle room as a base of operations to assault the back room, and then we brought down the elevator to go after the ones in the next room, and we just sort of pulled them slowly by basically going invis to bring down the elevator. We could, like, sort of just pull, like, a couple of enemies at a time, and it worked out pretty well, actually. I think it worked great. Yeah, one of the things that's very complicated in discussing, like, Singaporean politics is that it's, like, because it's such a weirdly unique country, I don't know of any other country. There's probably, like, cities and stuff like this, stuff like that, but, like, I don't know of any other country where, like, you have, like, a ruling party that is bound by democratic processes, but doesn't have to have that be their primary thing. The primary thing that they're doing is not trying to win an election, because it's not then they're not going to lose the next election, right? So that leads to very mechanically different incentives than you get from most countries, because in a country like Russia, you don't have to worry about losing an election because you don't really have them, right? So you're not actually bound by democracy in a meaningful sense. You're still bound by public opinion to a degree, because even in a dictatorship, you're bound by public opinion to a degree. But, like, Singapore has this weird, like, we look like a dictatorship on paper, but aren't one vibe to it. Like, if you look at voting numbers, right? It's like, okay, over 90% of the population votes in every election. And the reason for that is that the voting is mandatory, right? Well, what's the punishment for not voting? Okay, well, the punishment for not voting is that you are deregistered to vote, right? So it's like, oh, okay, so this is why 90% of the population votes, is because they're not voting population if they don't vote in an election. So the next election, they're no longer members of the voting public, right? We've got it. We figured it out. We figured out the scam, okay? This is how they get those numbers to look as good as they do. And then you look at the numbers, and you compare the number of Singapore citizens, right, to the number of votes, and it's like, it's still 90-some% of people who are of age to vote and a citizen are voting. So it's like, well, shit, that's not it. It seems like it is, right? It's like, okay, there's got to be something. There's no way that they actually have over 90% of the population voting. Except that seems to be true. As far as I can tell, that's accurate. They have a system set up. According to the tooltip, it never gets stronger by mastery, so we might be in for a rough time. Excuse me. We might be for a rough time. The tooltip just says that it gets a faster recovery time. So, but eventually we'll get access to Soul Drinker, so there is that. You know, we have that going for us. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's akin to that in Singapore, where, like, it looks like something out of, like, I don't know, like, the vibes off of it are like, okay, well, this has to be fake, right? They have to be lying about this, and they're just, infuriatingly, they're just never lying about it, and it's just like, what? How is this working? It should scale with intelligence. It'll also scale with ascension level. But yeah, Toxic Cloud is definitely not going to be a mainstay damage dealer as we progress into the game. I don't think there's any shot that it's going to be able to stay relevant later, because I was expecting it to do a lot more damage once we got up to expert, and I mean, it's doing okay damage, I guess. None of my casters are really doing that crazy of damage. Like, I don't know that I should be expecting it to do as much damage as Implosion. But Implosion's only doing, I think, about, like, double what it's doing, so... Like, it's not like it's a crazy difference. Yeah, Singapore does definitely have issues, though. There's issues, but they're complicated. They're complicated, and one of the things that I think is very interesting is there's just a lot of really positive things that are done in Singapore that like a lot of people would bristle at, but which are objectively amazing things that they've done. One of the things that I think that they've done that has been like an amazing success is actually putting racial quotas on the public housing, which sounds like a crazy thing to say. It's been amazing. There are no racial ghettos in Singapore. There were plenty of racial ghettos in like the 60s and the 50s. It was all racial ghettos, and it doesn't have any anymore. And that makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference for your neighbors to be a diverse group from every ethnic group in the country. It's just, well, okay, not every ethnic group in the country, but all of the major ethnic groups. And there's issues with the way that they've implemented the system, right? Because Indians are factored in as other, but they're like, I think like 8% of the population or something like that. So like, I am not the same kind of racial minority that an Indian person is, right? So like, there's a big difference between like the kind of racial minority that I am and the kind of racial minority that an Indian person is. In practice, it's not like an enormous issue, but it's a bit of one, right? Like as an example, you could hypothetically have a housing complex that doesn't have any Indian people in it, if you just had enough like white people or Koreans or Africans or whatever, right? Like that is a hypothetical possibility. It's not realistic. There's not enough people of those demographics in the country to have something like that happen. But okay, that's a summoner. This is gonna go fine. It's gonna go especially fine if I can't figure out where the fuck the door is. Where's the... Okay, this is fine. Everything about this is great and fine. Why are you so goddamn fast? Fuck. Okay. Fuck! First try. Oh my god. I'm doing so badly. I'm doing so badly.
Yeah, great.
But anyway, so it's a thing where like there's a lot of really interesting stuff that Singapore does that nobody else does. One of the things that's really impressive about Singapore is the fact that they're able to actually build for the long term. And like one of the things, because I mentioned in the thing that like serious politicians don't run to be like, they don't become members of the opposition, they become members of the PAP. Part of the reason for that is because like if you wanted to run against the PAP, you can't really be that ideologically different from them, because they outlawed the Communist Party, and you can't have a racial supremacist party. Like, you can't run off of shit like that. It's illegal. So you have this weird element of like the fundamental thing that the PAP runs on is like hyper competence and anti-corruption. Like, those are the foundational pillars, like meritocracy, anti-racism, and like making Singapore succeed on the world stage. Those are the things that they run on as like their principal politics, and everything else is secondary to the like the meritocracy and the anti-corruption. Those are the two primary things. And I don't think that they necessarily live up to those ideals, right? But the issue trying to run against them is it's like, okay, well, how do you counter that ideology, right? Ideologically, you counter that with, let's be honest, ethnic supremacy is the typical way that you would fight against meritocratic stuff, and that's illegal. Like, it's illegal to run on that in Singapore. So, the, because you can't run on an explicitly racist model, you're basically like fighting on the edges for like, okay, well, yes, the PAP is like, they have like a good ideological model, but we disagree with their implementation, which is the only thing that can really be done. From my perspective, like, I'm trying to think of like politically how you would otherwise like go after them, and that's all I can really think of is like, okay, well, yeah, but you're not good at doing the thing, right? And that doesn't really lend itself to an entirely different political party. That lends itself to intra-party fighting, right? That's the kind of thing that kind of is, okay, within our party we'll argue about this. It's not unreasonable to argue about that within the party. You don't need to like create an entirely new party to argue about the party not achieving the thing that is its explicit goal, unless it's just not doing that thing. But that's it's. I don't think that anyone has ever argued that the PAP is not still extremely anti-corruption and extremely pro-meritocracy, right? And there's issues with the concept of meritocracy conceptually, like on an ideological level, but not in politically relevant ways, because, like, unless you're an anarchist, you're probably not going to get into the issues, the systemic issues with the concept of meritocracy too much, and not a huge number of anarchists anywhere on Earth, much less in Singapore. So anyway, it's kind of an interesting dynamic. Very interesting country. The rest of the world tries to understand Singapore through the like lens of their own political systems, or through the lens of like other political systems they've heard of, and it's really hard to like. It's hard to understand Singapore through any system other than its own bizarre nonsense. It's actually similar to America in that regard. Like, America is not really like any other country. It's just it's just weird, right? Like it's not weird because like of anything intrinsically weird necessarily. I mean, there's like the Crusader state element of it, where like America is kind of like it has a lot in common with like the Crusader states of the past, where it's like, okay, well, we have a bunch of people that have just like conquered territory but not conquered any of the infrastructure that was used in governing that territory, which is unusual. Usually people kind of inherit the infrastructure when they take control of an area, and that's just not how they did their stuff. And what I mean in bureaucratic infrastructure, right? And that just didn't happen with America, and there's a lot of like weird stuff as a result of that. And that's true of like all of America. That's not just like the United States. All of America has a lot of weird stuff that's tied into the fact that they're all colonial states. And you can tell that more in some places than others. Like in Florida, you can really tell, oh, this is like still a settler colonial project. Like, Florida is like, you go to a lot of places in South Florida, it's like, I see. So this is where the extremely wealthy drug lords live. It's like right next to this slum. Interesting. You can tell it exists because of the fact that it looks like a military base and it's hidden behind all of these trees. It's like a hidden away section of the country. Which you also have in Singapore, but those are, like, generally speaking, actual military bases. They need a lot of military bases in Singapore because they conscript roughly every guy in the country. There's exemptions for certain types of physical or mental issues. I think there's also... I don't know if there's exemptions for, like, ideological things like pacifism. I don't know that those exist. Like, they might have, like, non-combat roles that you can go into as a pacifist. But I feel like they don't have exemptions for that kind of thing because of complex things involving the Chinese population and the fact that they really wanted the Chinese population to be part of the military back in the 60s. It was very important that there not be any excuses to get out of it. Yeah. Anyway, it's an interesting country. This first attempt at Temple of Sansa is going really great, so I'm very confident that we're going to be able to succeed here. I'm very, very confident. Yeah, I don't know how I've been fucking this up this much. So that leads us to another thing. Oh, is there nobody here? Okay. They did. So we have these in here. Okay, that's funny. Definitely intentional. That's our goal, is to shoot the ones in that other room, not the ones in this room, right? That was rude. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I think we're going to stand far away. I'm very concerned about getting hit through that door. These walls, the enemies can fairly consistently shoot through, and I don't like it. So, we're gonna just do this. I don't know why I'm struggling this much. Actually, I know exactly why. It's because I don't have, like, good practices for how I'm handling stuff, so even though these enemies are not particularly strong and all these bosses are very manageable, they're also dangerous, and I'm not playing very well. Hey, Doja Cat.
Who wants some?
Oh. See if I can shoot. Exactly as planned. That definitely went exactly where I intended it to go. All part of the plan. Targeting a random. Really quite rude of you. Is that the last of the ones in there? Might be. Yeah, that's the last of the ones in that room, I think. Yeah, I think part of the issue that you run into is just there's so many, like, rooms that are, like, really tight. Like, real tight. But yeah, if I clear these out, maybe I can get a save out. I've always been just kind of wandering around, and I don't think I ever actually got a nice, proper clear of any of this stuff. Man, I wish that my Toxic Cloud did more damage. Okay. I didn't think you were still alive. Alright, there we go. So. Yeah, definitely in like a bad way. In terms of my general function. I cannot believe that I opened the final door while I can't believe I did that. I can't believe... I mean, I didn't do that. That's not a thing that happened. You know, this is our first attempt, after all. It scared the shit out of me. Okay. I don't love that I did that. This is the cannibal model. It's the femme cannibal model. This is just the bog standard femme cannibal. And then we have the bog standard masked cannibal. Nothing unusual going on here at all. See, they even have like their little chef's hat. So you can tell that they're a cannibal. Come on. Give me green. I think that I do feel like the middle chamber is blocking me off from getting in the green. Exactly. Perfectly ordinary. This is a model that is in the game but not really used for anything in Magic 6. So I think that it makes a perfect cannibal model, and I find the cannibal model very cringe. So I replaced the cannibal model. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. all very sensible. It's my own toxic cloud. Getting spooked with my own projectiles again. As is good and proper. Oh, are they stuck? I think those might be stuck. Let's see. Is there? Give me a sec. We're 45%. I would agree with that. Let's see. Why would there be more of a delay than usual? It feels like people are responding way later. It feels like the test indeed. When was that? Let's see. I guess I could check on 3.5 second delay. It's not crazy. Sold is there. So we open this. We did manage to hit these through the wall, which is nice. It could be. It could also be something on my end. It could also be something on Twitch's end. I'll start troubleshooting it once I have. Well, I guess it would have to be on either Twitch's end or somebody else's end. If the normal latency is happening for some people, that would indicate that it's either Twitch or something on your end. Because if it was on my end, then nobody could mechanically get access to the proper latency, right? So, okay. Do we feel like we want to open this door? Are we going to do this the incredibly shady way?
Ready.
Maybe. Depends on whether this works.
Ready to use.
That's interesting that that's not working. Why'd the fireball work, but that isn't working? Is the fireball going to work if I do it again? We're going to find out. Well, it didn't work there. Okay, okay. Let's try an Inferno. Okay, Inferno isn't working. We're going to open this. And we have switched ourselves to an AoE setup, which, honestly, probably a good portion of the reason that we've been dying over and over again is the fact that we haven't had an AoE setup this whole time. Because we get... I mean, not necessarily this whole time, but, like, I haven't switched to an AoE setup anytime I get into a danger, which is a huge issue. Alright, let's take a look. Let's rotate back over this direction. It's possible that the entryway is in the green now. So let's head back to the entrance. Let's check this corner over here, actually. That's a no. Okay. Not that way. Not yet, anyway. We're at 51%. 51%. I'm tempted to choose now to finally obey that command. But technically speaking, I did already save after I was given the command to save. So I think we're just going to keep moving for now. It's going to be fine. There's no problems here. Marco. Nice. Always good when problems can be fixed. Okay, we're at 52%. Look how well we're doing on our first attempt. So amazing. Is this already open? Yes. So I think there's another snake over there. Do we want to open this? Okay. Everything's fine. This is all going according to plan. Okay, we've got this door. Why are you visible through the door, but I can't shoot you through it? That's very concerning. I can't believe we snaked in that shot. Okay, this is a concern. I might not be able to get out here because they're gonna hit me. The world just explodes. You know, why would I need to go out there when I could just shoot into the corridor with either an AoE? You know, I'm gonna go ahead and claim credit like I did that intentionally. Look, my pun game is so strong that I can do it subconsciously. Okay. We're 56%. We're 56%-roonies. Jesus! I thought there was nobody left. Why? Why am I like this? I didn't hit Goose. Is the only character I couldn't hit. Okay, let's do this. First try. First try. Okay, if we get above 50% again, I am gonna save. I'm not gonna live my life like I'm good at playing video games when I'm clearly not. Okay. Okay, it looks like that if was a good addendum to have there because okay. What if? What? We've got this. Absolutely no problem. Easy. We're gonna get this first try. Easiest game I've ever played. No problem. Temple of Sansa, more like Temple of Easy. Am I right? Nice. I'm very happy that we're going to have the it's at least something to remember this long line of botched attempts, because, you know, it deserves to be remembered, in my opinion. I can't believe that I've managed to do this many times. You know, I have enough food that I could have saved at any time, right? Like, I could have just saved. I wasn't not saving because of any, like, practical reasons. I was not saving because I was being stubborn. I don't even like save restrictions as a category of restriction. It's, like, not a thing that I'm, like, fond of. I believe the term is sutukulupu, which means butt fat. Which I'm sure makes perfect sense in Tamil. It kind of, I think I get the gist of where it comes from, right? So it's like, sutukulupu is like, you know, basically self-destructive hubris, the kind of, like, you know, I'm invincible, like, teenager shit slash, like, you know, like, toxic masculinity shit. Like, that kind of thing, right? Look, I was told to save, it's just that I had the first thing I think that Live Forever Never put in chat was save. Oh, I have a lot in common with edgy teens, okay? The whole arc mode thing has incredibly edgy teen vibes to it, okay? It's very much, like... And when I first started, like, I think that there was more, like, of that, like, you know, teenage insecurity in that, right? Of, like, you know, oh, okay, well... Like, when I... God damn it. When I was first starting, like, there was a lot of stuff that I actually did that was, like, the purpose of it was to, like, make sure that people could, like, trust that I was actually doing the thing that I said I was doing. And it in some ways was useful, but in other ways, it was just kind of like a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, I would just not, like, open the game off of stream, which for some kinds of games makes sense. For other kinds of games, I don't know whether they got poisoned or not. So just the other thing. For other kinds of games, like, meant that we had to do, like, a lot of bullshit. Like, the inventory management stuff, right? Where I'm just like, okay, I have way too many bullshit things. I wouldn't do any inventory management off stream. I still don't to a large degree, but that's mostly just because it's funny. But yeah, there was more of the Sutukulukud aspect of it early on. Oh boy. Don't love that for me. We're gonna get this on our first try, y'all. Our first try. It's 10 o'clock. We've been at Temple of Sansa for an hour today. So, as an example of Sutukulupu, me not saving there when I was, like, you know, making taunts about it. Yeah, that's Tsutoku right there. The living embodiment of it. Oh! Okay, we've got to win this time because I would love to have like a useful crafting item. I would love to be able to take that and hold on to it. Oh, it's not floating in the. I guess it's kind of floating in the air. It's not floating in the middle of the room anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, when I was younger, I was definitely like a edgy Reddit atheist. That's definitely how I would describe me for most of my teens and most of my 20s. And then after enough years of living in Singapore and not having to deal with like Protestants anymore, I recovered. And then the 2020s happened and I became a Reddit atheist again. It's not entirely inaccurate. It's not entirely accurate either. I've never used Reddit. I go... Well, that's not true. I use Reddit in the sense that I add Reddit to my Google search terms to get actual usable information. Because Reddit's the only part of the internet that works anymore. Okay, so we're at 11%. This first try is going great. I'm gonna walk by you. Let's see.
Ready to use.
Let's see. Illegally small cats. I've never heard of that that subreddit, which makes sense because I don't know any subreddits. The only thing I know about Reddit is when I Google a thing and I put Reddit at the end, I get a person who's talking about the actual thing that I'm describing. And it's the only way I can get information about any topic on Earth. It's all good. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I have... Let's see, I visit whatever website is hosting the information that I'm trying to identify. So, like, I will... Like, I'll look at, like, the CIA World Fact Book. I'll look at, you know... a bunch of websites of that kind. I'm trying to remember the names of, like, Our World in Data and stuff like that has some useful information periodically. There's a variety of medical websites that I will periodically go to get information about, like, a particular medical condition. There's it's like just a mixture of random, like, information sources for the most part, and YouTube, which I spend most of my time listening to something in the background. And let's see. I don't. The only time that I spend on Twitch is when I'm looking at my own channel. To upload the VODs or to, like, troubleshoot while I'm live and things like that. I don't really open Twitch other than that. I've never been a Twitch viewer. I've only really been a Twitch streamer. I was originally planning to do, like, long play type stuff, but because of the fact that, like, I don't do video editing, I find it incredibly annoying and not super. Oh right, I forgot that there's enemies in the actual portal itself. I'm just not. I'm not the person to make YouTube videos, turns out. My dreams of being a bread tuber will never come to pass because ADHD. That's not true. It will never come to pass because of me not having that strong an interest in doing it. The issue that I run into is that anytime I do a thing, I am immediately embarrassed by it. So I don't take any pride in any work that happened more than 12 seconds ago. It's an issue with me. Hey, Malka. Okay, so we have a boss here. Luckily, it is solo. It's a fixator. Wow, it snaked in that shot perfectly. Yeah, we're on our first attempt through Temple of Sansa. I don't know where people got the video for that snake clip, but clearly not today or yesterday. Clearly not. We're at 34%. We've just killed a boss. At what point do we say to ourselves, now is a good time to save the game? The answer is never. The answer is never. We never say that to ourselves. Okay. That was a nice chonky hit on a lot of targets. It was very perfect for that occasion. It was It was delightful. Okay, so that one's toast. Okay, those are being hit through the wall there. Do I have the ability to hold? Okay, we'll just kill these here. Okay, what do we think? We clear out these rooms and then save? Is that what we think? Yep, Dragon is still rocking. I actually had a question about Toxic Cloud. Is Toxic Cloud supposed to not scale with Mastery? Because it doesn't seem to be scaling with Mastery. It's doing the same amount of damage, just once. Okay. Okay, so we cleared this room. This room is enemies that are on the other side of that door. On the other side of this door, we have some friends. We're going to open this door. Yes.
Ready.
Okay. So that room is not cleared. There's still an enemy in there. Let's swap to single target,
Ready.
so we don't burn through all of our mana. Okay, that one's toast. Let's open this. Clear these. Yesterday we cleared out the entryway to the pit, which was way harder than I expected it to be. We had a lot of trouble in that dungeon. But we got it done, and then we didn't do anything after that. We definitely didn't come to the Temple of Sansa, because this is our first attempt at the Temple of Sansa. And we haven't spent 3 hours in this dungeon already. After getting to 61% on our first attempt. That definitely... This is our first attempt, and we're only at 45%, not 61%. Yeah, exactly. That clip was from a previous playthrough. I haven't saved yet, no. We were learning about the fun term sutukuluput, which means butt fats, and describes a certain kind of, you know, aggressively overconfident behavior that I'm definitely not exemplifying right now by continuing to go through here, even as I talk about the fact that I have definitely not died 8 or 9 times at right around this point in the dungeon. I wanted to get to the green before I saved, so that I could save a bunch of times. And then I wanted to get into the green before I could save because it was funny. And now I'm just kind of being a dick to my viewers and wasting their time. I don't know that there's another way to describe this behavior that I'm engaged in right now. This incredibly reckless behavior that serves no purpose other than to waste people's time. Okay, that's incredibly rude. I can't back up too much or I'll run into the wall behind me. This one? Okay, we have an angle on them yet. I think we should be golden here. We'll clear up this pack. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with me this week and the incredibly reckless behavior, but it's fine. I think I was doing it last week too, wasn't it? Okay. We're just gonna play it safe. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, it was our first attempt in the event that we acknowledge the multiverse's existence and we acknowledge a universe where this is not our first attempt. If we were to acknowledge such a universe, which obviously isn't this universe, but is a universe that could hypothetically exist, I think my first attempt I got to 61%, right? And then I think I only got there one other time. And my last attempt of yesterday, again in this alternate universe, I got all the way to the point where I had like 60-some%. And then I opened the floodgates to the boss room without thinking about it at all. Like, not realizing what I was doing. I just opened the floodgates to the boss room and got myself killed. In, like, the dumbest way possible. Truly wild behavior. Okay, we're gonna clear up these. That's everybody. Okay. Cool beans? It's not everybody. What did you die from? What just killed you? That was weird. I didn't get a kill message when that thing died. Alright, do we keep going? We're at 51%. At any moment, we could run into a boss that has the capacity to one-shot us. At any moment. We also have the delightful component that I keep fucking up the hallway toward the exit, so any strategy for saving that involves me leaving the dungeon before I save involves going over a platform that I keep fucking up. Is there anybody else in here? There's gotta be a group of snakes in here somewhere, right? Is there not? There's not. Okay. So we're going to pop around this corner. We're going to clear these out. That's a boss. And it's a puller, too.
Rick.
Did you fall in the pit? You did fall in the pit. That's, honestly fine. I say it's fine. How much you want to bet this thing's gonna teleport out of the pit? And instead of teleporting out of the pit on the side that it's supposed to, which would be its own side, it teleports onto the pit on my side and instantly kills me. Anybody want to put odds on that? Is there a way to initiate a bit betting system? I could do a poll. Now, contextually, does optimistic here mean you're optimistic for the possibility of it killing me, or optimistic for the possibility of it not killing me? Because that's not entirely clear by context. I should probably have my hand on the keyboard in case the events that I literally just described come to pass. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. We've almost got it. We're almost at 65%. Nothing can possibly go wrong when we try to leave the dungeon. We're definitely not going to crash the game by accidentally opening up our inventory with Raven. That's definitely not going to happen. Everything's going to go fine. Everything. 'Cause every little thing. Yeah, exactly. We're definitely not going to get killed by the floor on our way out. I died like 3 times to the floor, I think. I don't know what the hell is going on with me. I mean, define could. Sutakuluput is a Tamil word in this TED Talk. I love the word Sutakuluput. It has such a great rhythm to it. It's a great word. Okay. Let's see. Wow. I really fucked that up there. So far, so good. $62%. Good question. Probably quadrillion on you. We're looking at 56% coming out of Cassowary right now. A lot of AoEs. But yeah, unfortunately, even though the Raven is doing a huge amount of work around corners, it's such low DPS that we're not doing a ton on them. Let's see. You know, if we do this dungeon enough times, we'll eventually actually know where the enemies spawn. I mean, in theory, that would require that I actually look, though. Okay. We have one more room here. How? Where the hell are they? Are there no enemies in this room? What the fuck? How are there 2 bosses in that room? And I didn't land a hit on a single enemy. What madness is this? What fresh hell is this? Okay. What is happening over there? So this is a puller. This is definitely going to go fine for me. Ooh, did you get trapped on the bed? I think she got trapped on the bed. I don't know how I missed all the... Like, y'all saw it, right? Like, it was bouncing back and forth across the room. That's weird. Okay, I can hit this from here. Certainly with the two bosses in the room, you know? I was like, I know that there's enemies in here, but I'm not seeing any evidence that that's the case. Did I continue turning? I think I did. My concern is that I'm going to come around the corner and die instantly. So...
Ready to use.
I don't think that does enough damage to really justify it. Okay, we got that one down. Everything is gonna be alright.
Ready to use.
Are you trapped there or not? That's an adamantite witch doctor. Okay. Ooh. That's concerning. We don't want it going through that doorway. Okay, it went through that doorway. Concerning. This is like the worst place. Fuck. Okay, we're fine. When it went back in. We're not fine. Okay. We have space to play with again. Luckily, this is very low level. It hits like a truck, but it's low enough level that our damage is pretty solid against it. Even though it's adamantite. Like, it was under half what just there. Okay. We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay, we've now cleared out this room. We're at 66%. Have we cleared out this room? Unclear. Okay, we have cleared out this room. This is openable. We're going to click on this. I don't remember what it does. It doesn't open the final door. I know that much. Should I open the Cobra door here? Do I need to open the Cobra door here? Or do I just use Implosion? Let's just use Implosion for now. 66%. Okay, buddy. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. Okay. Are we ready to go outside and save? Is that the world we want to live in? No. You know what's even funnier than going outside and saving? Now that we've gotten to 66%, is if we don't go outside and we just save right here. Which we could have done at any time. I think that's funnier. So we're doing it. It also saves me a little bit of time. Oh, man. Okay. So, we're at 68%. Okay, we have a bunch of death sound effects coming out. I'm not going to bother looting all these bodies until we have... until we finish clearing the dungeon. We're going to basically rotate around the dungeon and loot all the bodies at the end. I think that's going to be a fun way to handle it. But yeah, if we run into any trouble, we can just wander out of the dungeon at any time. So, if we hit that switch, everybody in here is going to come after us. This is currently... Do I want... It is very concerning that all of these critters are here. It's very tempting to pull them all over here. The other thing that I could do if I wanted... Alright, we'll see how well this works. The other thing I could do if I wanted, if I felt like I was running into a real problem trying to break into this, is I could... don't necessarily want to jump over this again. Let's... Oh, right, there's more enemies here. Girlfriend. There's a bunch of snakes here. Oh, hello. Can I shoot all the way into that room? Not really, no. Maybe I could do it if I shot down instead of up. I love how the immolation gets the kill. Okay, so we're at 78%. We should be able to clear this out without too much difficulty. And we are currently feeding more and more enemies into that choke point where we can just kill them. We are still in the red. We're not going to have another one of those jump scares like we had with that goddamn snake earlier. Still in the red. Okay. Are these all snakes? Okay, these are all snakes, so we can just stand here. Oh, they're in the pit. You're not supposed to fall in, you dope. If you fall in, then I can only hit you with indirect fire. That's a pain in the ass to deal with.
Ready to
Have you considered how your behavior affects the people around you?
Ready to use.
Okay, I think we can get a pretty decent portion of these to just sift out. And then we can just plow into them from here. I don't see too many things. Okay, who's down here? I think we're done with the pit now. So we walk over here again. Just keep loading them up. Yeah, like once you get the save down, things go pretty fast because I am much more aggressive. It's just that things are much more aggressive right up until things progress quite quickly right up until the point where they immediately reset back to 60%. So that's the core issue there. It's like it's going fast as long as it's going, but how long is it going to keep going for is the question. The answer is, of course, forever, because we're clearing this dungeon on our first attempt. No problem. No problem. I am actually pretty happy with how this particular section went. Clearing out that middle area, I feel like we came up with a very satisfying way to do it, and it actually worked on the first attempt, which is kind of wild. The just luring all the enemies to the left side, opening the right side, and running like hell it's a strategy that was not necessarily gonna work, you know? Like, that could have gone very badly, but the doors open pretty slowly. So, since the doors open fairly slowly, it's a pretty good strat, actually. I think it's gonna work consistently. Okay, we're at 93%. We have a few enemies in play still. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, jeez. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, fuck me. That's a swift. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're definitely not going the wrong direction here. Okay. Okay, that's the swift one. Shit. Fine. We are gonna walk around the swift one. We're gonna basically try to, if we can, lure it to a better location. Alternatively, ignore it completely until we get to 100%, and then go to the farthest corners of this dungeon and just save. And I think that's probably the strat that I'm going to go with. How do we feel about the fact that the map just barely cuts off right before you would be able to see where that swift enemy that is definitely still in range to be hostile to me and is still running around is? How do we feel about that? Do we feel good? Do we feel good about the fact that you just barely can't see it? And that once we see it, it's going to be right at this entryway where it has just a free, straight run to us? Do we feel good about this? I feel great about this. How are there... You know, this dungeon has a lot of enemies in it, it turns out. We've been at 100% for a while. Okay, so they just got stuck on that chest. They probably could have done... This is wild. We're in the green! And we have 100% completion, which means we don't need to have food. Game saved! Woo! Okay, let's go kill that swift one. You know what's funny? I actually didn't think I'd get in the green here because I thought I hadn't cleared this. I thought that this was still uncleared. So, we got there. I also thought that the enemies over here would be close enough to
Ready to
prevent me from getting in the green. But we have a swift enemy here. Okay. Unfortunate. Wow. That fucking timing. Holy shit. Well played, Swift Witch Doctor. That was beautiful. Snaked in at the exact moment that I had just shot some projectiles. Well played. That's not the right...
Ready to use.
I guess I could set everybody to have something set for A. It teleported. It teleported back home. Wait. No, it didn't. Where'd it go? Why is she over there? What? Oh, shit! It would have been nice to be able to use this, but that's okay. Why'd she teleport here? No, stop. Don't do it! Okay. We got it. That is mission successful. We've cleared the dungeon. Completely. So let's loot the joint. First try. First attempt. And we got like no EXP in here. So we have a ways to go. Let's see. We get the bones. What's going on with the MM6 audio? Let's see. I'm very inattentive. Let's see. I guess we just drop down here and pull this up. Ooh, nice. We got a shiny. We have a book.
No.
Yeah, outside of nothing working. Outside of that problem. Oh, right, yeah, because it keeps giving, like, dragon sand at random times. Yeah. This is what, like the Tomb of Varn or something? Okay, we got a cell key.
I have too much.
No room.
Okay, we definitely are not going to struggle with any inventory-related boss fights. Everything's going to be fine. Well, I'm super happy that we got through this on our first attempt. And did not involve multiple hours of doing the same shit over and over again because I just refused to use because I just refused to save. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sorry for starting like an hour and a half late today and ending an hour early yesterday. Exactly. You know, I've just been sick, you know, like the illness. You know, funnily enough, I think it was Asherka who mentioned the other day that passing, you know, an illness back and forth between their family. Yeah, my wife has recaught the same thing, as far as we can tell. You know, same symptoms, same bullshit. It's been like a week of me just being sick, and now it's like, oh, yes. Ah, these symptoms. I remember these. So, hopefully she doesn't pass it back to me in a couple of weeks. Or in a week, for that matter. We'll see. I've mostly come out the other end. And I was like, it doesn't seem that likely to be able to pass something back and forth. The thing that's really funny about that is that I then forget that just keeps happening. Like, it's not the first time that this has happened. This has happened, like, I'd say 2 or 3 times that we've passed something back and forth between each other. Where it's, like, pretty clearly the same thing. Because, you know, each each time you get sick, you have like a particular set of symptoms that are associated with it. Every illness is a unique snowflake unto itself. There we go. Hey Cheryl, how's it going? Please get me out of this temple. I don't want to die. You know, I have great news for you. We're ready to leave. We've successfully done this. Took exactly one attempt, and now we are ready to get the hell out of here. Just leave Cheryl there. No. Now, would we leave Cheryl just hanging out in our party for the rest of the game? Absolutely, yes. It's kind of funny to do that. But would we leave her in the temple? No. Not a chance. Okay. We are saving on our caster save. We've actually done that on some of our attempts. Like some of our playthroughs. So in the standard arc mode for Might and Magic 6, because there isn't bolster and stuff like that, I clear every area on first entry, and I don't do any unnecessary backtracking. And so for characters that get rescued from a place other than the location they started in, typically I won't turn in the quest and thus get them out of my party until I get Town Portal. So it's a whole thing. I think the issue, if I had to guess, I would say the Paladin promotion is like, I could see, so there's a couple of things that I could see. I could see it, one being that they thought it would be funny to make a quest that's like a meta quest, where it's like, there's like 6 different quests that you have the ability to complete, any one of which will clear the quest for you. And I think it would be really funny if, like, it would be a fun, like, bit from, like, in terms of, like, early 2000s humor, if what's the guy's name? The husband who's been kidnapped by the Medusas, if he also counted. So it's like any of those quests, if you complete any of those quests, which are their own thing, any of them count for the Paladin promotion, and you just turn in the Paladin promotion after having turned in one of those. I kind of feel like that might have been the original intent, given how many quests there are that are just saving some random woman, right? From like some dungeon somewhere, right? The kid, like rescuing a damsel in distress. By the way, I think the wording is that you need to rescue a damsel in distress, not a maiden. You don't need to rescue a maiden, you just need to rescue a damsel in distress. And there's a lot of damsels in distress. So, but what does the word damsel mean? I think damsel maybe just means young woman, but I don't know. Damsel meaning. A young unmarried woman is a damsel, so they have to be unmarried. So let's see here. I think is Cheryl married to that guy who gives us the quest? Because I don't remember if he refers to her as his wife or not. But yeah, like, I will say it's very appropriate that paladins would have incredibly stupid and asinine restrictions on what counts as, like, a suitable target for, like, rescue, because I have no respect for paladins. However, I think it would be very interesting if it was originally intended to be sort of like a meta quest of, like, okay, if you have rescued X number of similar to how, like, the Night Arena is like rescue or it's like clear 5 night arenas. If it was like rescue 3 damsels in distress, and like any of the like kidnapped people counts for that, I think that would be great. I think that would be very great and fun. Unfortunately, that's not what they did. But someone at some point might have intended it to be that. Oh, right. That's only melee attacks.
This is good. Jump.
Sometimes life is sad. Yeah, wrong party.
Jump. This is good.
This would be really good. If this was a ring, or more importantly, if this was gloves, this would be so clutch. Unfortunately, it's not gloves, it's plate. Not the wrong party, just the wrong classification of item, because we're currently looking for an all 7 statistics double might gauntlet to throw a legendary effect on for our dragon. So this is actually a perfect item for this party. It's just not perfect for this party for this this item slot. Personality, accuracy, and all 7 statistics. Arms master.
This might be good.
It might be, but it's not. Let's see. We found a lot of shinies.
Leave it.
They have protection! Whoa, 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 whoa. I think we can cast this.
I can't learn that.
It's a master level spell. It's master level. If we can find the light master, we don't need to find an actual light guild to be able to cast that. That is going to be real good. That's going to be clutch. It's also possible that it doesn't matter. Where do we have the master trainers? Okay, so the master light trainer is in Celeste. Excuse me. It is in Celeste and in the other place. But the thing is that if we have to go to Murmurwood, Murmurwood has a light guild. Murmurwood has a light guild. So it doesn't, finding this book doesn't help us if we can only use it once we go to a place that already has the book. So I think, unfortunately, unless we go to Paradise Valley pretty early, which we could totally go to Paradise Valley. We could just skip everything and go straight to Paradise Valley. It would be fucking great. What if we just go to Paradise Valley? What if we just go now? What if we go to Paradise Valley? What if we just did that? Like, we could just like go to like Paradise Valley and just like maybe get Grand Mastery or something, and it would be great, right? You can get Mastery, right? You can already get Mastery. You can't get Grand Mastery, but you can get Mastery. You can get Mastery, and then you can just cast the spell, and then it would be great. It would be... You are correct. It is the Eel-Infested Waters. Eel-Infested Waters is like right now. Wait. That's like right here. I don't know if it requires reputation still. Ooh, we're right next to Eel-Infested Waters. How do we feel about another Garrick's Forge? There's only one dungeon in Eel-Infested Waters. And it's a bit of a doozy. Do we go? It's fate, right? Do we have a choice? I don't think we have a choice, personally. Like, I feel like this is clearly fate. We are fated to go to Eel-Infested Waters next to get Master. I forgot that it was there. So, like, Alamos is going to be a huge pain in the ass. But, Master Light Magic. I think we might have to do that. I think that might be where we're heading next. Okay, let's take a look at the other stuff that dropped. That's pretty good. This is plus 87 int and 175 hit points. Do we have anybody with garbage? This is but we don't need the int on you. You're not a creature of intelligence. You're a creature of personality. See.
Yes.
Okay. I'm very talented.
Good. Yes.
Oh, we managed to keep the eye.
Yes.
We got the attempt where we got the eye. That's actually great for us. That's legitimately quite clutch. If we wanted... If we wanted, we could do a bit of crafting. Do we want to try to get spell damage on our other I guess we don't need to equip the other legendary dagger because that other legendary is the same. Yeah, never mind. We don't need to worry about that. Never mind. It was funny, we actually haven't found any good bows recently, I don't think. Okay, so you have this. Which is pretty solid. We have this, which is pretty solid. I don't necessarily need to pump your durability right now. Okay, so we're doing inventory boss, right? I think that we've established that we need to do the inventory boss before we go to Alamos. Let's see. What does our experience look like? We have plenty of room. Better, Toad Cat. We might not actually do Alamos first because we might get to eel-infested waters, and by clearing out the exterior of eel-infested waters, we might be done. We might get enough EXP. So Alamos might not happen today. We'll have to see. We have quite a few levels. Let's go to the thing. And do you go to eel-infested waters? Wait, can we get to eel-infested waters from here, or do we have to go to Silver Cove for eel-infested waters? Shit, I think we have to go to Silver Cove for that. I think it's only from the North Isle of Silver Cove. And we can't get to Silver Cove from here, right? I think we can only take the boat to Silver Cove after we've walked there or something. Like, I think Silver Cove and Freehaven are both like that.
Serve your good stuff.
Okay, we are going to the Hammer and Tongs. Are we going to go here yet? Sure. This is weapons. All right, we can definitely figure out which things we can sell here. Let's see. Making progress. Making progress on the inventory boss. Okay. So that's set up. Let's save this. We'll go to here.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? Might. We don't need this, unfortunately. I didn't sell this staff, but I probably should. Do I need this? Debatable. I don't need this, I don't think. I should have probably checked if I needed that. Should have probably checked that. It is kind of fun, like, not really having a desire to... Did we establish that I don't actually really need this? I guess it gives me a huge boost to my vitality on this character, but what are you wearing? Luck and speed. This gives a bit of extra base damage, but lower speed and crit chance. I think I will equip this, just because it's such a huge boost to my durability. Okay. So, if we go to Silver Cove next, can we get to Silver Cove from here? Is it possible to get to Silver Cove without going to Freehaven first? Is it Freehaven or Freeport? It's Freehaven. Freeport is EverQuest. Ooh, we have multiple eyes. That's cool. We have at least 2 of them. That's convenient.
Come back soon.
Very helpful. Okay, so we save. We go to here. Go to inventory 4 for everybody. And we just have a bunch of random bullshit that we're going to sell in this inventory. Don't need shields, unless they're legendary, in which case we need to hold on to them just to steal their legendary effect.
This item.
We never identified this, and it's not terrible. It also has the 15% magic reduction, which I don't remember. I think I was told probably multiple times whether that's stacked with the shield spell. Speaking of which, I don't have the shield spell cast, do I? I think I deactivated that when I was fighting in the previous dungeon because there were no magic attacks in the entire dungeon. But I don't think I have it cast right now. This is pretty solid, actually. That's 73 int and $22 stats. So we'll hold on to this and check if anybody needs it. This is Might, AC, and Resists, which is definitely very useful for this party. But yeah, we are getting to the point where I should probably consider whether it makes sense to... I mean, it makes sense to, but I'm not going to do it. So I don't know why I keep acting like it's going to happen. It makes sense to like actually invest into Mana Shield. That is a very, very good idea to invest in at this point. We're at the point in the game where the enemies are hitting real hard. Like, these are really low-level enemies, and they are still kind of one-shotting us. So it would make a lot of sense for us to invest into Mana Shield for our characters. The issue with Mana Shield is that the idea of using the tiniest bit of my mana for anything other than murdering all of my enemies is disgusting, and that is... that goes against everything that I, as a wizard, stand for. So... I guess that just means that it can't be done, right? There's just no... There's just no world in which that's how we do. Right? I think that checks out. That checks out for me. This increases melee damage for each enemy in the nearbys, which is such a good effect. I really wish that we had that on a different party. But that would imply that we were playing a different party, which I guess we're not. Because we do actually have that on other parties, so it's not like we've not found that at Athix, so...
This item's weak.
This is a Minotaur Battle Axe of Ascension.
We don't need it.
Sleep in Unconsciousness Immunity Ring. We really don't need it. He's not
Leave it.
wrong on that. We do have a lot of immunity items. And that's a particularly weak
We don't need it.
enchantment outside of the really good part.
We don't need it.
It's like, what, like +1 to endurance or some stupid nonsense. Okay. Okay, save the game. Moving on. We're going back to here.
How you doing? How you doing?
We're going to beat this inventory boss, and then we're going to try to figure out the routing that we want to do to get to where we're going. Probably Freehaven is the way to go from here. God, I wish we could go to Alamos from here. I was so excited. I was like, wait a second. We can just get there from here. And then I'm like, wait, no, no, I can't. I thought I could just get there from here. I'm like, we could go there right now. And it's like, no, you can't. You can't go anywhere yet. None of these boats work until you've personally visited a place. Which, personally, like, from my perspective, I think that that was dumb. I don't know why they did that. Like, legitimately, I think it's very, like, bizarre as a creative choice to make it so that it's, in order to get to, like, the central hub of all civilization, you have to walk there by foot. That seems crazy to me. Right? Like, why? It's just a very strange decision. I don't know why they did that. From like a narrative perspective, like from like a world building perspective, there isn't any justification for it. And from like a gameplay perspective, it's just kind of a weird choice. Like I can kind of vaguely get the idea of why you would do something like that, which is just like, oh, well, we don't want people to have access to like the central hub where they can do anything.
How you doing?
Like Freehaven is OP, so we don't want the player to get access to Freehaven too early. Like, I can kind of see how that would work.
Come back.
But they also don't allow you to go to Silver Cove without walking there on foot, I think. Like, it's just, the whole thing is very strange.
Would you like to buy
It's very strange. At least I think you have to do that with Silver Cove, too. Okay, we're saving the game. And we're going to do a Gigasort. We're going to sit here for about 15 minutes while it sorts, because we have so much garbage in our inventory.
No room. No room.
There we go. We did not drop anything. See, I've learned
What you see is all I have.
that if your inventory isn't chock full of random bullshit, and is just mostly full of random bullshit, it doesn't drop your entire inventory on the ground when you do the Gigasort. This is a fun fact, is that you can prevent it from dropping your whole inventory on the ground by just like not having your inventory be completely full on every character when you sort. Excuse me. Okay. Let's sell a bunch of these. We can check if this is useful for anybody. And geez, that's a lot of hit points. That's a lot of durability right there. Okay, we have Day of Protection, we have Mass Fear, we have Awaken. I don't think we need Awaken. Might is not necessary. 7, I'm not going to worry about... Wait. This is actually a DPS boost for you? Okay, I guess we will hold on to that then. Okay, these are all immunity items. I will hold on to them. I will not hold on to this one, though. Death and Eradication, Disease and Curse, or whatever. Okay, this is garbage. This is meh. This is Arms Master, which we don't need right now. Can sell this as well. Can sell this as well. Okay, we need to sell our wands. Don't need wands. Very important.
What you see is all I have.
Okay. You know what? You're actually wrong, because I'm refusing to look at your inventory, so what I see is all I have, actually. Let's see. I'm not selling the rings, because I know I need some random fucking rings for the Thanger quest. I don't need this Mogred helm. Okay, so we have accuracy and intelligence, which is a really garbage combination that I don't need. It would be kind of fun to put accuracy and luck on this. Though I feel like what I would probably want, maybe... So here's an idea for what I want for my gauntlets. Instead of having the gauntlets be double might, double luck might be the play. Because if I double luck them and then put the legendary affix on them, then later on I can copy them if I decide that I need to. It's a very strong legendary affix for basically everyone in the party. So... I think it's worth considering as an option. I think it's worth considering, at the very least. So... there's a shield that I don't need.
How you doing? How you doing?
Okay, we're going to sell our shield.
Come back.
We're going to save the game, and I'm going to look at the boat schedule for Magic 6 boat schedule. Wait, the Bootleg Bay boats don't even... They don't even go to Silver Cove? Really? Okay, that's wild. I did not realize that these boats are useless. They only go to Iron Fist. Huh. That's a weird... Okay, so that means that we kind of just have to go to Freehaven, I think. I think Silver Cove is north of us, but we can't walk north. Unless water walking lets us get the job done. Let's do it. Or walk north. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Let's do it. It's not letting us do it. It might be possible in some way to make that work. Because I think that the like map edge thing is kind of like hard coded, right? Like the way that that system works feels like it's coded in such a way that it's not like they made each hard coded is the wrong word because that implies the opposite of what I'm talking about. But it's like I feel like they might have coded it in such a way that they don't have to manually add the connections. So if I could figure out a way to trick the game into thinking that I'm not on water, right? I might be able to make it work. Like, I'm wondering, one thing I'm curious about actually is I wonder if I equipped the scuba suits from Might and Magic 7, could I walk north from here to Silver Cove? I think I might be able to. I don't know how the water systems work for like Might and Magic 7. Like I don't know if you can use that to travel to different locations like elsewhere or if it's just that one place that it lets you get to the shoal. But if the way that it works is it flags you so that water no longer disables travel, you might be able to use the scuba suit to skip straight to Silver Cove. I'm not positive on that, but that seems like a possibility as a way to, you know, bypass the thinger. So we'll save this under caster save, and we can go to Freehaven now. We have multiple quests to turn in here, so I feel like we maybe don't even fight anybody yet, because we want to check if we need to do fighting at all. Yes, from Avley, you can walk from there.
Temper, Lord of the West and foremost knight of the realm.
So we can do this promotion quest immediately. We don't have anybody that promotes off of knight, right? What are you? Yeah, you're a rogue. So you'll promote off of archer, I think. Right, I need to worry about you, I forgot. Ouch. Jesus! Those towers do not fuck around. Let's see. Following you would be foolish. Oh, I can turn in my gongs here, but would I want to do that? Would I want to give up my gongs? I don't know, man. This is a hard sell for me. Oh, expert alchemy! Expert alchemy! That wasn't even a skill in this game. Okay, what are we doing? Yeah. I guess we can pick up expert alchemy. Okay, we now have expert alchemy. We can make hardened item potions now, I believe. Should be correct. Follow you would be foolish. Okay, look, you're a follower of Ba. You don't, I think, have the right to call following someone foolish. You're literally a follower of Ba. Just saying. I'm just saying. Good friend. She's a good friend. She's not married to this guy. She might be married to somebody else, but... I don't know. That certainly implies to me that she's probably a damsel. So this is the... Wait, we can get all the way from expert to grandmaster right here? Holy shit, I completely forgot about that. Merge mod is crazy. Because that's the master and grandmaster, and I think that there's expert over on the left side. Let's see. I see what they did there. Okay, look, I know what they're up to. Let's see. Travelers. We need Ethric's remains for you. Hello, Stonecutter. Lee Tazer. Jack Van Imp. Thari Mirumoto, the child. I just love the child. Everybody's got a class. Some of their classes are children. Let's see. Oh, that would be interesting. It would definitely make the world feel a lot smaller. Because there wouldn't be like the implication that there's like a bunch of space in between these locations. Like, it would be a little odd for it to be like a 20-minute walk between Freehaven and Iron Fist.
Welcome.
But okay. The other thing to remember is that, like, it still is actually, like, just one big map. Like, the maps do, like, align together into one big map. So it would more accurately reflect what's happening, because you're not really traveling anywhere. You're just going to the other side of the same, like, structures. It is just one big map. So it would work, conceptually.
Duke
It would just be kind of funny because it's like, oh,
Lord of
wait
the
a second.
West and foremost knight of the realm.
Alright, so what is it that you wanted me to do? Defeat the Warlord, right. Yes. I remember now. And funnily enough, that was not enough experience. We are really requiring a lot of EXP. We need half a level of experience still to be able to level again. So, I mean, let's start cleaning the house, I guess. I say as I immediately get myself killed, probably. Ooh, alright, let's get the hell out of here. We're like one shot away from everybody falling over dead.
My job now.
Wow. The luck that we had. Whoa, shit. Uh-oh. Okay, we were in the green for a second. We are no longer in the green. Okay. Food. Are we in the green? We're in the green. Okay. I should probably maintain regen. I can't maintain regen with the other stuff that I'm maintaining. What the hell are you maintaining? Fate, pretty important. Preservation, pretty important. Is that being maintained by you? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. I buy it. You're maintaining important shit, I guess. I suppose I can tolerate the bullshit you're getting up to. Okay. So, save the game. But yeah, I think that it would be fun to meandering around like one giant Might and Magic map would be really funny because like if we didn't have the rigid like area limitations where it's like, okay, you're going to this area, now you've loaded in this area. If you just have like one giant map, I would probably do incredibly dumb shit much more frequently, right? Like doing stuff like going straight to like Paradise Valley would be something that's like, okay, well, I'm just going to dodge around all the enemies on the way and just go to Paradise Valley and see what happens. I could see myself doing that much more commonly if... Whoa, buddies. Calm down. Let's see how effective our AoEs would be out here. We don't get access to stuff like Inferno. Oh, right, we have Meteor Shower. I forgot Meteor Shower is a thing. Oh. Okay. Okie dokie. Find 2 food. Lucky us. Alright, we can stop maintaining water walking. We don't need that, I don't think. We need to get access to... So, do we think it makes the most sense... Oh, jeez. Okay, well. So much for being able to just take shots. That ended very badly for me. Let's go ahead and set Meteor Swarm
Ready to use.
so that the first spell that we're doing is dropping a shit ton of rocks on their heads. Blast just does a shit ton of damage. Oh shit, I missed. Oh shit, got tagged by the fireball. Ooh, got tagged by another fireball. Alright, we'll need to be pretty careful about this. We'll need to just, like, lean in, take a pot shot, lean back out, maybe go save. We need to pop in and out of range, basically. So, let's come from this side. Okay, we're now in the green. We should start regenerating pretty fast now. We are very unconscious. You know, we're not healing that fast, even with us being in the green. Alright, so let's pop over here. Once we get in the yellow again, we will immediately drop another Meteor Swarm. Except we won't, because I didn't actually set it as my ready spell, because I'm very cool like that. These are also not that, like, consolidated at the moment. I love that spell. It's such a cool spell. I'm so happy that we're finally going to be able to use Meteor Swarm. We never get to use Meteor Swarm. It's like the first time that I get to use Meteor Swarm on stream was playing a completely different game. When we were playing the, Wardens of Chaos, I think is what it's called, right? Because I'm thinking of a different project, because I'm terrible with names. Okay. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, we've got 20%. Oh, jeez! Hey, buddies. How's it going? I thought there was only one over here. I didn't realize that there were a shit ton. Okay, we can save the game. We now have 22% completion.
Ready.
Not going to use this on you. I'm going to go over here and use it on you. We're gonna set up Meteor Swarm.
Ready.
Save the game. Drop another Meteor Swarm on you. It's an exploding mage. Yeah, baby. One of the really fun things about Meteor Swarm is that it also does really good damage even single target. As long as the target's big enough. So like for bosses, I think that it's probably worth it to cast it. Maybe not in like a technical sense, but it's not like such a huge DPS loss that you're like, oh no, you know, why did I do this to myself? Life is good. Alright, we've cleared out a quarter of the map. We're getting, like, no EXP here, so it's gonna just come down to whether clearing the map completely gets the job done. We've turned in both of our I am shocked how little experience we're getting.
Ow.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay. Fuck. Concern. So it's a Shadow Mage.
Well, we got that one.
Okay, let's...
Want some?
Oh, it feels so good. Feels so good. Oh, Meteor Swarm. You know, there's a lot of really good spells in the Fire School. We've got Inferno and Meteor Swarm in the same school. Too frickin' good. Okay. Okay, that's chain from the boss, unfortunately. Not really what we're looking for. This is a Master Archer, so that I was going to say has the ability to eradicate us in one shot, but it also has the ability to be obliterated. I'm just going to cast this. Like, you barely need, like... You barely need an opening for this. You could probably... I could probably just cast this from here. And it's going to target correctly. Because the targeting on this is basically identifying a target, and behind walls... Or not behind walls. Behind terrain, the game typically considers you to still have line of sight. So you can target from here, right? Like, you can just do the targeting from here and still hit the target. Let's see if there's a target that I can hit with this. Had no idea where they were. Doesn't matter. We know there's somewhere. Excuse me. So beautiful. Okay, so let's save the game. And we can go over here. How are we feeling? Feeling like we've gotten 1% of a level, and we need 50% of a level. So, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. I think we will clear this entire area and not quite have enough, and that's going to be really funny, I think. So, okay, we're going to Meteor Swarm. And we're going to Meteor Swarm. We're going to Meteor Swarm. Look at how much damage we're doing. This is beautiful. Yeah, we have another Master Archer there, and that does have the ability to tag me with a fireball.
Who wants some?
The fireballs I'm not going to necessarily be dodging effectively, so... Because the projectile has a larger, like, AoE. Let's see. I think we're going to... Honestly, I think we maybe just go full indirect fire mode with Meteor Swarm, because it's fun. Spell points. We're going to back off for now. Unfortunately, they've split up quite a bit. The reason we're backing out is just so that we can get the extra mana regen from being in the green. That's the more important thing rather than just the saving. Don't really care as much about the saving. Okay. Since obviously we're going to complete this first try. Okay. Oh, it's so good. Whoa! Try to get behind cover here. We're going to try to go save, because we've now done a decent bit of damage. Not probably that much. I think these are fairly high level, with a good amount of HP. Okay, let's get that beautiful indirect fire. Okay, you are very low. There we go. I am curious, like, what percentage of damage is coming out of the Meteor Swarms. Let's see here. Map percentage. That's healing. Mine is doing a good amount of damage. They're not doing enough to catch up to Cassowary, but they are doing a good amount of damage. I really do need to get mastery for more of my my characters. So that we can get my damage up with the others.
Who wants some?
Alright. We're in the green again. And we can pop up here. Not. Okay. This is funny. I love Meteor Swarm. Meteor Shower is just too good. It's such a beautiful spell. And it's tempting to think, oh, well, you know, it doesn't really come into its own fully unless you can fly. And that's kind of true, but it's also kind of very untrue. Like, with homing projectiles on the enemies, flying around is probably more dangerous than using Meteor Swarm from behind a hill. Using it from behind a hill is just safer. So, like, with enemies not having homing projectiles, it's less of an issue, because it's like, who gives a shit if they're attacking? They're not actually going to hit you anytime. But, like, with the homing projectiles, there's like a pretty significant risk that you are at like an awkward angle and you get tagged even when you're flying around. Because flying around, you have like a pretty good amount of dodge capacity, but it isn't infinite, you know? Whereas if you're just standing behind, you know, a wall, you're just fully safe. It's legitimately like you're just calling in aerial support. You're just calling in an airstrike. But you're calling in an airstrike without even needing to be like, to have line of sight on the target. Which is just, it's delightful. All set. So, we can now go over down here.
Ready to use. Now, who wants some? Who wants some?
Boo. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this, I say as I keep doing it. Okay, we're in the green. We've got our orbital bombardment back online. And unfortunately, this hill we're at the top of, I don't know if we can hit these from the angle that we want. It's a decent hill, but it's not perfect. It's not unreasonable to think that they're going to be able to hit me from the other side of that. Oh, it's so good. It feels so good. I'm mostly just doing it this way because it's more fun. Ooh, you're Plagueborn. Ooh, did I just get myself plagued? Because I think I might. I think I probably just did. I know one of these assholes hit me. I don't know if it was this one. I do not have Master Body yet. You are diseased. So, until we get back to Erathia, we are going to remain diseased, unfortunately. Hard times for us.
Who's next?
I actually am curious. Is Malekith still in here? The classification question. We could reclassify the Ice Blast spell, which is not an AoE, it's a shotgun spell. It's a ranged shotgun. That would be real nice. Because this is not an AoE. Each shard only hits one target. This is becoming more and more noticeable as I'm using Meteor Swarm, and I'm like, you know, each of these individual rocks can hit multiple targets. Meteor Swarm feels so good to use. I love it so much. Because I'm noticing that when I'm pulling big packs of enemies, anytime an Ice Blast comes out, it's basically like I didn't cast a spell. Because it's only going to hit like 5 times, right? Like it only hits 5 targets. So like... like, as a maximum, like a theoretical maximum, it's gonna hit, like, a couple of people. Oh, it feels so good. Let's see. Yeah, one of the struggles with the way that the system is built is that some spells are just so much better than others in terms of like their hitboxes and their thingers, and it's like there's not really a meaningful way to resolve that other than by like completely redesigning the spells, which I don't think is necessarily reasonable. But like you run into issues with like certain spells where it's like, how do you? Yeah, like there's literally no water spells that do AoE. One thing that, like, considering that it is such a weak spell, just generally, like, one thing that might work for it is if it would be possible to make it so that the impact of Ice Blast hits like a fireball, and then it just has this little fracture effect that probably only 2 or 3 of them are going to hit anybody. So it's more of like a gimmick than anything. But like making the initial impact do AoE damage would be nice. It's hard to say because yeah, like the it's funny because like fire is such a powerful it's such a powerful toolkit that like allows you to hit in like so many different scenarios so effectively. I say as I'm like literally just doing fully indirect fire with fireballs. That's unfortunate. Because it's like it's a difficult issue to deal with, right? Where it's like water struggles with kind of like a weird set of abilities. Like a lot of it made sense in Might. I feel like water as a school made a lot of sense in Might and Magic 6. In Might and Magic 6, I think it made a ton of sense. Because of the fact that, like, water was the school where you could do, like, is it 3 or is it 4 different damage types? I think it's at least 3, because you could do physical, poison, or ice damage. Right, you could do any of those damage types. But then the transition over to Might and Magic 7, where everything's just doing water damage, is like, oh, well, what is our spell, selection super useful for? Because Poison Spray is pretty good, but Poison Spray is also kind of just worse than Sparks, right? Like, there's very few circumstances where Poison Spray is going to get you better results. And, obviously, if it was doing poison damage, then that would have its own unique utility to it, but poison damage doesn't exist anymore. So, the toolkit of water ends up getting a lot less interesting. Which is too bad. Because, like, air and fire have always been, like, so dominant. Earth also has lots of problems, though. It does have Mass Distortion, which, as a spell, is not generally super amazing, but is very unique, right? It gives you very unique functionality that you don't get out of most things. And I think it hits like Implosion, right? Mass Distortion doesn't have a projectile, does it? Whoops. Ran into a wall. That's a good play. Good play. I don't even know what kind of projectile Mass Distortion has. You can tell that I just do not play. I just do not play casters at all. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I also, when I'm talking about, like, like mass distortion is a spell. I'm referencing the original version of the spell being kind of like, well, everything that you would want to use this on is immune to magic. So it doesn't have any real utility, but it's a very cool spell. It's a very cool spell, and then obviously the utility of it is very different in Maw, especially because everything has so much HP. Golden. Did I figure out a way to damage the reactor without a blaster in Might and Magic 6? Let's see. I'm now trying to think if I ever ended up finding out a way to do that. TCC mod, because the two mods work together, right? I think I remember someone mentioning that. I haven't done TCC in such a long time. I did it once, like years and years ago. Absolute eternity ago. I was practically a kid at the time, you see. Didn't know nothing about nothing. I legitimately just do not remember anything about the mod. I remember the one like memory that I have of the mod was flying around Mire of the Damned looking for an item that I somehow missed, I think. I think that's like... There was some item in some chest that I missed. And I ended up having to Google it, I think. And then even after having Googled it, I was like, I don't know how to find this damn item. Where's this damn chest? And then, as is per normal, it's just like... just sitting, like, in a perfectly normal chest that is perfectly reasonable to find. As is ever the case, it's just like, oh yeah, there's a chest that's right here. Look at that. Imagine that. Okay, done that. We have done it. That's true. Alright, we're almost done. That one's toast. We can save the game. And we can walk over to you, and I guess we could just drop some rocks on your head if we want. While we dive for cover. How do I feel about that? That feels like a good way to do it. Except for the fact that cover ceases to be cover almost instantly. Oh, we got the Eradicate. Let's go. Oof. Okay, well deserved, well deserved. It occurs to me, we still haven't finished Garrett Gorge. We still haven't finished Garrett. We have not been back to Might and Magic 8 for such a long time that we still are on, like, clearing Dragon Slayers from Garrett Gorge. Okay, there we go. Save it up. Feels so good. What am I doing? Nope. I'm just like standing here going, yeah, that looks cool. Oh wait, they can shoot arrows at me. Maybe I should move. There we go. Got hair in my mouth again. Let's... Where's it coming from? It's coming from the right side? My hair is so long. It's so long. I love having long hair, but it's like... It's very ridiculous sometimes. I think there was hair from the right side, from here, that was like looping around the whole face to come into the left side of my mouth. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? That's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to behave. I don't need my hair to behave. I'm happy with it being crazy. Y'all know what hit me there? I think you all know what hit me there. Okay, let's go to the side of this inn to a place where we can't get hit by the tower. If we're standing here, the tower can't get us. This is such an amazing kill floor, because they're gonna fall back down from the slope, even if, like, almost no matter what direction they go to. Oh, it's beautiful stuff. Okay, they are gonna start getting down.
Yes, we've done it.
Or getting up to the top. And as they start getting up to the top, they start falling over dead. Well, they don't start. That's when the last of them start falling over dead, I guess. You know, I deserved that. Oh my god, look at that HP. Look at that. Look at that. It's a good thing I saved. Okay, there we go. Look, I deserve that. I don't know if this is gonna work yet. It's gonna hit the wrong target, unfortunately, but it's okay. Oh, that's an issue. The toxic cloud works at least. But yeah, I love the sort of like unique utility of like the various spells. I really appreciate that about the game. Like the fact that toxic cloud will like home in on a target and hit them through the floor, which it didn't in vanilla because you didn't have homing projectiles, I think. So unless 8 added homing projectiles, I don't think that spells by default had homing. So, because the projectiles didn't home in on the targets, you didn't have this really funky interaction with Toxic Cloud, where it just like sits on the ground and like can bypass like line of sight and stuff like that in like cool ways. Okay. It is down.
Nice shot.
Okay, that one's toast. You have another one around here somewhere. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I guess we'll approach. I suppose. Okay. We're at 96%. Who's this? Oh, wow. Wow. Who's this? It's everybody. It's everybody on Earth. Do I just maybe stand here and wait? Wait, why did... That was interesting. Unfortunately, we're not going to be hitting the right target from here. Oh! Okay, I'm just going to wait on this a bit. I'm going to wait on it. Oh no, you're going to... Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, right, yeah. Toxic Cloud, let's go. Love it. Love that. It didn't hit that many times, though. Didn't hit that many times. And then it did. Like, we even got the sound effect for it, making the impact. Okay, so we can save the game. And let's go loot all these bodies. Let's loot all these bodies we've constructed over here. We're about to finish up Free Haven. Let's see what we've got in EXP. We've got a decent amount of experience. I think there's a non-zero chance that the map completion takes us over the edge. If it doesn't, we're going to have to figure out what to do. But I think it might be okay. I think the amount of experience we're going to get from the actual enemies in the sewer is very, very low. And so if the XP from the enemies is low enough, we maybe aren't going to get that much overkill. We'll see. I don't have any other quests to turn in, do I? No. No other quests here. But yeah, I'll be able to do the painting quest the second that we do the Barrow Downs. I just like to do the Barrow Downs late, because it's more fun that way. You know, I thought that there were more packs of archers around here. guess not. Like, I thought that there were packs of archers across this whole section. Boom. Okay. So who the heck am I missing? Am I missing somebody? Maybe there's probably a group here. Okay. So let's save it up. We will cast Fly. You will not hit me because you ain't got nothing on this. My dodging skills are so good. Oh, was it just the NPCs in the town? I think it was just the NPCs in the town. That's what it was. So I think we finished everybody. Mission successful. Did we loot that box over there? Let's find out. I don't know if I looted these. Let's save. It's so good. The Might and Magic series is legitimately so amazing. Like, it's a really impressive series. I should probably try the reskin of the original Might and Magic, because I've tried to play it a few times and it like hurts my brain looking at the flashing lights and the and the music for the start. But I should try doing Might and Magic 1 again using the reskin. But yeah, we kind of have a troll run, right? So we're playing Maw, and that's part of Merge Mod. And as a component of Merge Mod, we have the ability to like do our like race class combinations. So these trolls are not troll class. None of them are. So Mina is an elementalist, which is the thing that was added for Maw. And Raven is a lich. Cassowary is a dragon. Junglefowl is a seraph, or angel is the mid-tier version of them. That is also added in Maw. It's similar to a paladin. Elementalist is similar to like a wizard, but they don't get dark and light magic. They just get the elements, and they have some unique mechanics where it like randoms their spell each time, but increases the power with each casting. And Goose is a vampire. So this is my caster run. So I decided to do like an all caster run at finally. People have been asking me to do a caster run for years. So we're finally getting around to the caster run. So the vampires are typically like a rogue type class, right? But we are using them as like a mind magic specialist. It has been centuries. I'm very old. I am very old. People have been requesting the caster run for longer than the sky has existed. Okay. So this is the Adept Guild of Body. Do we want to pick up any body spells? Do we have any body spells we need? You don't have anything. You should probably pick up some body spells. You do have some stuff. I guess I could pick up regen for you. And then we'd actually be able to maintain that. We could pick up Cure Disease, but we don't have Mastery yet. I guess we'll pick it up anyway, because we're about to get it. And that's fine. We have the Adept Guild of Earth, which we're not even a member of. Following you would be foolish. Foolish, I say. Knife fighting. Follow you would be foolish. I don't. I already have expert merchant. Lysander the child. This is funny. Why be subtle when you can learn fire magic? Wait. Why be subtle when you can learn fire magic? Joining our guild costs but 50 gold for a lifetime membership. You know what? Oh, you know, I was sold, but then it turned out I was already a member. So what is your sell pitch? Air is the element the sorcerers join the profession to learn. That is true. We have all the best spells, including the glorious fire. You know? Accurate. Also, I don't recognize your portrait at all. I don't remember this character. I don't remember this person. I remember a lot of the portraits because I've seen him so many times. Like Dominique. I've seen Dominique 1,000 times. I recognize Dominique. And Dominique is just the Water Guild, you know, membership person. So, like, but it's like, oh, this person, I remember them. Ike Pargrew. Okay, we now are members of both of these guilds. Does it matter? No, not necessarily. Okay, so Catherine is in Arathia. What am I doing? Right, we're going to the Mind Guild, which is over here. Yeah, look, first try. Okay. Just like the Temple of Sansa. So we have Cure Insanity available, we have Mass Fear available, we have Berserk, Cure Paralysis. Do we already have Cure Paralysis? You don't have it. You do. We're picking up Cure Paralysis. So we'll have that on 2 targets. And do we want to pick up Cure Insanity? Do we have that already? I don't think we have the spell yet. Let's grab Cure Insanity. That's going to be a really clutch find. That'll be a big deal when we get it.
We don't need it.
We can't use it yet, but we'll be able to use it soon.
Worthless.
Let's take a look at our loot that we found. Anything of value here?
Jump.
Ooh, this has the Ascension thing, but unfortunately it is also level 1. Alright, so nothing of value there, I don't think. Let's take a look at our EXP. We just barely made it. Level 69 for Might and Magic 7, which means we can go back to Might and Magic 7 and do some good work. So, let's get to the thingamabobber. Get wrecked.
Need a ride?
Silver Cove! That would be a great place to go, but we're not going there yet. We have other places that we need to go first. Well, that was rude. That was rude. Excuse you. Oh, I didn't grab these. I didn't grab the horseshoes. Oh, gotta grab the horseshoes. We have so many levels stockpiled. We have like, I think 8 levels stockpiled now. It's gonna be very, very fun to use those. Man, it's so fun. Thinking about, like, if I was to do vanilla again, where I don't have the ability to regenerate, like, my HP, I might actually really struggle with vanilla after playing this mod, because, like, I'm so sloppy in certain ways. Like, I'm not used to, like, managing my SP anymore. And it would be very interesting to see whether, like, the fact that, like, obviously this is, like, a harder, like, this is a much harder mod in general. And it would be interesting to see if, like, the general difficulty has made me more, more consistent, or if the fact that, like, that specific style of thing where I don't have to worry as much about, like, attrition is would bite me in the ass. Maybe a mix of both. Maybe a mix of both.
Serve your good stuff.
But yeah, I do need to get back into looking. When I got sick, I just completely like dropped the ball on like figuring out what I wanted to do with my party build for the other run. And it would be interesting to... Oh my god, I just realized where we're going. Okay, we're gonna have to train in Arathia. We're gonna need to pick up food here. I should have checked the food available in Freehaven. We need to grab food here. I just realized we're heading to the watchtower.
Hello, come on in. Coming right up.
So we have a very difficult... You know what? We're not heading to the watchtower. Fuck it, we're going to the arena.
Need a ride? Hitch up
Are we going to die in the arena? Absolutely. I don't think that we can handle the arena anymore. I think we're just getting blown apart by... Like... Yeah, okay. Look, don't worry about it. It's not Sunday. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, we're going to New Sorpigal. Oh, wow, look at that. It's Monday. We can go to New Sorpigal. So, we're going to head over to Arathia. I love the arena, but, you know, there's a time and a place. Let's see. I also forgot that I have disabled... I activated it again. Okay, we're fine. I thought I had it disabled for like a bajillion years. But that is not the case. So we're going to Arathia first. Let's see if we can take the coach there immediately.
Traveling today? The coach leaves right
Sure
away.
can. So we can get to Arathia. From Arathia, we need to go to Deja. And there's a couple of routes to get to Deja from here. But the... the preference is to be able to just take a coach there. So let's see if we can take the coach today. I guess, no, we wouldn't be taking the coach anyway, because there's no training place in Deja. We have to train first.
Training?
We're
That's
not...
the ticket. That's the ticket. That's
Shit.
the ticket. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
That's concerning. It doesn't matter. That's exactly what level we can get to. So we have exactly the correct experience to match the thing here.
Traveling today?
So we can go to Tatalia or the Bracada Desert. These are not the locations that we're looking to get to. We're going to go to the inn. I believe that the Deja Inn only has 10 food available. So we are going to sit on this stockpile of 20 that we got from Iron Fist. We're not going to allow anything to get in our way. We're heading to Deja. So, we have 20 minutes left in stream. I feel like we can do the Watchtower in 20 minutes, right? That seems like a reasonable thing. I think that we can do that. Easy dungeon, no difficulty whatsoever. It's just like some necromancers and some liches and some earth elementals, and yeah, it's no big deal. Like, it's not like they have any powerful spells. Like, they have like dragon breath, which is like, I mean, you're not even a dragon, so you're basically just blowing, you know, your breath on me, which is like, it's not great, but it's like whatever. Yeah, okay. So this is gonna just obliterate us. Let's see. I am tempted to put these points in now, and I think I'm going to. Okay, let's get our points invested. Enlightenment, we can get up to GM here. Perfect. That gives us a sizable improvement to a variety of effects. And getting this to GM, I think, requires 30? So that's something to consider, but for now, I think we're just going to invest into Dark. As for you, you only have one skill. As for you, do I want to get myself closer to the point where I can get mastery for the self-magic? Can you get GM? No, right? Oh, but you can get mastery right now. You don't require 2 promotions to get mastery. Oh shit, that changes everything. I should just get one of these up to master. I shouldn't be doing it this way, but we're doing it this way. Okay, this changes a lot. I didn't realize that I was going to be able to do this. So we have definitely suboptimally spent our points on this character. This character should have mastery in all of these things at this point. And they don't... yes, it changes everything completely. I don't remember what changes everything, but whatever it is that I said changes everything. That's that. I'm gonna go with it. I'm locking in. Yes. Let's see. You can definitely trust me. I definitely am a trustworthy person who definitely only says things that are true. We don't need Invis because this is just such an easy dungeon. So, like, why would we need to, like, position ourselves at the start of the dungeon or anything like that? Okay, so, this time, we're going to cast Invis. You don't cast Invis, you cast Invis. Okay, we're saving the game. So, popping in here.
I bet it's going to be bad.
So, this is our first elevator. This elevator can be used to very good effect once we make use of it. So let's get down here. We're going to pop over here. There's actually huge open spaces here, which is great for us. We just pop over here. We have 20 food, which means that once we've broken into a location, we can do like an infinite amount of saving. Let's just pop over here. I'm trying to remember where the entryway I'm looking for is. It's down here somewhere. I thought it was on the left side there. It's not on the east side, is it? Did I just misclick? Did I just not actually click on it? It's not on the north, is it? Unfortunately, Invis does have a limited duration. Okay, it is on the north. Okay, so that gets us to this room, which is not... not super great. Okay. That's concerned. That's a bit of a concern. Let's see if we can just jump down here. We sure fucking can. Look at me. Okay, unfortunately, we're now trapped here. We'll try this again. Okay, we landed on somebody, but that's fine. Oh! Ouch. We might actually be able to make that happen. I think we landed on top of one of the liches there. I don't think it's going to work because we will eventually run into a situation that we can't do too much with. But let's just see what we can do here. Okay, unfortunately I am going to run into the issue. Let's see how much damage I've done. I've done a decent bit of damage. So, I think that if I set the right spells off the bat, we might have a decent shot at handling this initial pack here without needing to do anything too crazy. It's going to depend on me casting the right spells. That's definitely not the right spell. And it's going to depend on me not turning when they're attacking me. but I think it might be possible. That being said, I don't think that that is the best strategy for this. I think we're better off finding a different place to try to break in from. This isn't necessarily going to be a bad location. It's definitely going to be a bad location. We're going to go ahead and go upstairs. And we're now going to pull some shenanigans. So which one of these... That's here. Okay. Weird. If we go down here, there's like a bunch of elementals in here. Is there anything fun I can do about you? Let's see what happens. Okay, what happens is that I don't start moving quickly enough and I get blown up. Stone elemental. So the earth elemental is injured a little bit. Considering that that was just a thinger, that's not that bad. However, I think...
Where is the enemy?
Right now, we're just getting like proof of concept work done to get an idea of what I want to do tomorrow, because we obviously we're not going to be able to clear this tonight. Right? I'm not finishing this in 12 minutes. Even if I had a very good strategy that allowed me to damage every enemy in the zone at once. Okay, if I could damage every enemy in the zone at once and I couldn't get hurt, then okay, sure, that actually I could do. But even if I was able to be invincible, but doing full damage to everything, I wouldn't be able to finish the zone in time. Is it this one? It is. So, north side is pretty similar. I think they're all basically identical. That thing that kept happening. Maybe I should not walk into it. So this group is elemental and liches. Okay. The fuck? Why do the eyes look so weird? Oh, because I'm invisible. I don't think I've ever seen invisible and eradicated at the same time. Okay, so unfortunately, get myself killed here. All of these packs are going to be about the same, it looks like. So, if I had to guess, I would say the strategy is going to entail... Oh. Interesting. I don't think there's a top tier in this entire pack, so this would be like a good... Whoa, what the fuck hit me? I didn't even hear the projectile. That was probably a dragon breath. I was going to say this would be a good... There was a Queen of the Damned there, I just didn't see it. My guess is that probably this is the place that we're going to need to do the work. Unfortunately, because like I could try... some shenanigans with the room that had the staircase. We got pretty deep into there. The issue is that the hallway there is going to be a problem. I think that we can't get through that hallway. I don't think it's going to work. So we're going to check this, but my assumption is that that hallway is going to be unnavigable, no matter what. I'm going to try this. Ooh, not high enough. Oh, we are high enough. Okay, we got to this hallway. And we almost got through. And that gets us to here. And does that help anything?
No, you have.
It does help us a bit,
but it's not relevant for now. That's relevant for once we have... Once we've cleared an opening here... We don't need... So we need to clear this. This room needs to be cleared. And I think I probably am going to need to clear it, like, basically manually, right? Like, I don't know that there's anything fancy I can do about this room. I have to... Well, okay. I maybe can do something fancy with this room. So, we're either going to be able to have to do this without anything fancy... Or we're going to have to do this next room without anything fancy, right? One of these two rooms is going to have to be done in a fairly boring way. Right? Like, these two rooms... One of them needs to be cleared, the other I can use the elevator to cheese, right? But... but the key is that, regardless... I do need to clear one of the two. That did so much damage, actually. Holy shit. Yeah, our burst damage is actually really solid. If we had a bit more burst damage, we might be able to do some cool stuff with these necromancers. Okay. We're not dead yet. Operative word is yet. I don't know how that person died there, actually. Because these don't AoE. That's a decent proof of concept, actually. I think that we are going to end up clearing this first room. Which...
Where is the enemy?
We're automatically aggroing this one off at the start. And if we could just pull them, like, a couple of them at a time... Which I think we can at the very least pull just one side rather than pulling both sides. Is that a boss? That's a fucking boss. Okay, so we're not going to be able to kill them if either of the packs has a boss in it. But I think that'll work. I think that's a working strategy. So we'll basically clear this initial room.
Where?
And once we've cleared this initial room, I think we have to save. I think the initial room, this requires a save. Once we've cleared the initial room, we then need to just put this elevator down, and then with the elevator down, we can just start shooting downstairs, and hopefully tagging the enemies down here. So let's see what happens if we try this. So unfortunately, okay, the Toxic Cloud hit one of the Lich Kings. So we can definitely shoot Toxic Cloud down there. My hope is that we can also shoot the AoEs down there. No guarantees on that. But if we can shoot the AoEs down there as well, then we can potentially just, like, clear that room. We'll also have a save immediately after the other thing, which means that if we have a save immediately after clearing these, which... would be good to have, then we can do the thing. I don't think I can actually jump in here, right? We are in this little alcove, but we are getting hit here, so I don't know that it matters. Okay, we got into the alcove. The alcove doesn't help. There's like a little area behind there that I could hypothetically get into, which would be kind of fun.
I love it.
Like, if I could get into that space, I wouldn't be able to get back out again, but it would be very fun. Like, is this a space I can get into? This is incredibly suspicious. Like, it's not like that on the other side. The other side doesn't look like that. I wonder if there's like a secret entrance somewhere that I could get in there. Because if we could find a really nice secret door that accomplishes certain core objectives of safety, we might have like a better means than trying to brute force that first room. Oh, I should probably check if I can just go in there from this side. I don't feel like I can. Right? I think this is a one-way door, but I could be wrong. We'll find out. This, I'm pretty sure, is a one-way door. I don't think that this door works both ways. So, if that door doesn't work both ways, then we can't clear out the tunnels. And if we can't clear out the tunnels, I don't think there's anything too fancy we're gonna get done with the tunnels. I'm trying to think if there's any positions here that I could do some really crazy shit with. And a lot of it's going to rely on getting in the green, unfortunately. I'm now realizing that I need to get the ability to re-invis before I can do a lot of the stuff that I want to do. And I don't actually know how reasonable it is to get to that point. Unfortunately, I'm in a corner here that's not great for dodging. The Swift Lich King was going down very fast. So, if we can get small groups of enemies at a time, which is kind of laughable in this dungeon, but if we could get some smaller groups in this dungeon... Oops. There's a Lich just right in front of me. We would be able to potentially do some pretty good work, I think. Like, legitimately, I think that we could do a pretty good job there. Alright, so that is going to be it for today. It's now 1 o'clock, so we're out of time. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to make serious attempts on clearing the first room. If I can clear the first room, I think that the second room is free. If I can clear the second room, then it's my hope I can just sort of like go up the elevator and aggro things, and then kill all of the ghosts that spawn. And then I don't know what happens after I do that. I don't know what victory looks like here, necessarily. If I had to guess, I would say that my victory condition here is probably getting off 2 saves without getting into the green at all. And just like clear the first room and then clear the second room and save once I've done that. And then hope that there's some incredibly shady bullshit that I can pull with the downstairs of that final room, which we should practice before we start making serious attempts at trying to clear. We don't need it if we're saving. So, that's going to be it for now. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you again tomorrow when I will probably be shaved, and we will be finishing up Watchtower. It's no problem.